Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du.
First of all, let us praise our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most gracious, the creator of the universe. And peace be upon Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as the last messenger of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Our Honorable Director of University of Lampung, our Honorable the Head of Senate, University of Lampung, our Honorable Directors from Rector Forum of Nation, Character Amplification, our Honorable all the Vice Rector, University of Lampung, our Honorable all the Deans in University of Lampung, our Honorable the Head of Research and Community Service Institution, University of Lampung, our Honorable the Head of Learning, Development and Quality Guarantee Institution, University of Lampung, our Honorable the Director and Vice Director of Postgraduate Program, University of Lampung, our Honorable all the Head of Doctoral and Magister Program, University of Lampung,
Our Honorable all the main speakers, Professor Abidin Kusno, Ph.D., Professor Bustanul Arifin, M.Sc., Associate Professor Dr. Norlidah Alias, Professor Dr. Kulwant Singh Malik, and Dr. Unang Mulkhan, MBA. Our Honorable all the committee of the event, our Honorable all the presenter, and our beloved guests.
Welcome to the opening International Conference 5th Shield 2021 under the theme Sustainable Development During and Post-Pandemic. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Rian Hidayat and I accompany with my partner,
Diandra Ayu.
It is outstanding chance for us to be your Master of Ceremony in this morning on Saturday, 11th of September 2021. Before we begin our opening ceremony, let we deliver the list of agenda.
First, singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Second, opening ceremony with the traditional dance performance. Third, report of the chairman of the event. Fourth, speeches. Fifth, dua, and the last is closing and photo session.
Before we start our agenda today, let us say Basmalah. Bismillah.
The first agenda is singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit with honor. Thank you very much.
The next agenda is traditional dance performance. Please welcome our special performance,
Tari Siga Pungutan.
Thank you very much for the awesome performance.
The third agenda is report by the chairman of International Conference 5th Shield 2021 for Dr. Junaidi SSI M.Sc. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good morning.
wabarakatuh.
Greeting to all of us. Tabi pun.
Ya pun.
Alhamdulillah. Praise be to Allah. Let us pray for giving heart and life. Salawat encompassed by greeting. We don't forget to pray for our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We will look forward to for this intersection. Amin. Our Honorable Rector of University of Lampung, represented by the Vice Rector for Planning, Corporation, Information and Communication Technology, Professor Suharso, Ph.D. Our Honorable Postgraduate Director, University of Lampung, Professor Dr. Ahmad Saudi Samosir. Our Honorable Vice Rector for Academic, University of Lampung, our Honorable Vice Rector for General Administration and Finance, University of Lampung, our Honorable Vice Rector for Student Affairs and Alumni, University of Lampung, and especially we high respect the Rector Forum to strengthen national character. Our distinguished guest, the Chairman of the Senate University of Lampung, the Dean in Faculty of University of Lampung, the Head of Institute for Research and Community Service, University of Lampung, the Head of Institute for Learning Development and Quality Assurance, University of Lampung, the Head of Master and Doctoral Study Program in University of Lampung, and our Honorable for all keynote speaker, Professor Abidin Kusno, Ph.D. from York University, Canada, Professor Bustanul Arifin from University of Lampung, Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Norlidah Alias from University of Malaya, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Kulwant Singh Malik from Central University of Haryana, India, and Dr. Unang Mulkhan from University of Lampung, Indonesia. And all participants in international conference, social, humanity, economic, education, law, and sustainable development, 5th Seal 221, and all the guests invited who are happy one. Welcome to Postgraduate of University of Lampung. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Rector and the Postgraduate Director of University of Lampung. Thank you very much for the support and equipment. The 5th International Conference of SEAL 221 can be held even in this COVID-19 pandemic. This year, the conference is held full online. SEAL 221 is aligned with the vision and mission of University of Lampung, which is to promote education and research in the field of social, humanities, economic, education, law, and sustainable development. On behalf of the committee, we are glad to report that we received great response from participants and from keynote speakers. There are almost 200 participants and 5 keynote speakers from various universities and institutions that will present the research in this conference. Finally, I hope this conference is able to inspire and deliver benefit to all participants, in which together we are able to contribute the research and education. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will be enjoy in this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Junaidi SSI M.Sc. for the report.
Next, we will hear the welcome speech by the Director of Postgraduate Program, University of Lampung. For Professor Dr. Engineering Ahmad Saudi Samosir, S.T. M.T. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Honorable Rector of University of Lampung, represented by the Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, and ICT. Honorable all of the Vice Rector of University of Lampung, Chairman of Senate of University of Lampung, Honorable all of the Rector of Forum Rektor Penguat Karakter Bangsa member, Honorable the Dean of Faculty in University Lampung, Head of Research and Community Service Institution, Head of Learning, Development, and Quality Assurance Institution. Especially, which we highly respect our keynote speaker, Professor Abidin Kusno, Ph.D., Professor Bustanul Arifin, M.Sc., Associate Professor Dr. Norlidah, Alias, Professor Dr. Kulwant Singh, Malik, Dr. Unang Mulkhan, MBA. It is my great pleasure on behalf of Postgraduate Program of Lampung University to welcome you all participants of this conference. Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Social Humanities, Economic, Education, Law, and Sustainable Development. In this year, the theme of this conference is Sustainable Development during and post-pandemic. Alhamdulillah, even though in COVID-19 pandemic condition, we are still able to organize this conference. We hope this conference can be a platform to gather and disseminate new innovation and research in social, humanities, economic, education, law, and sustainable development. In this conference, researchers, academicians, and students are able to share and discuss new findings and the application. The aim is to collaborate academic and research, both national and international. According to the proposed theme, the encourage innovation and research to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, Lampung University has 37 postgraduate programs spread across 8 various faculties. Universitas Lampung provide opportunities for alumni and graduates of other universities to continue their education to master program and accept more than 1,500 students every year. Our program also includes 11 professors and more than 50 associate professors. Therefore, with this resource, there are many opportunities to conduct collaboration with our program. Finally, I will thank you to the Rector of University of Lampung and all of the keynote speakers and all participants. I would like also give my gratitude to organizing committee of this conference for their hard effort in organizing and conducting this conference. Thank you for all. Wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Engineering Ahmad Saudi Samosir, STMT, for the welcome speech.
Lastly, we will hear the welcome speech by the Rector of University of Lampung, that represented by the Vice Rector of Planning, Cooperation, Information, and Communication Technology. And also, we'd like to have His Honor to officially open this event. For Professor Engineering Suharso, Ph.D., time is yours.
Thank you. The Honorable Vice Rectors in University of Lampung, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, General Affairs, and Student Affairs, the Director and Vice Director of Postgraduate School, Professor Muhammad Saudi Somosir and team, Dean and Vice Dean of Faculties in University of Lampung, also Profesor Batuan Raja, Dr. Muhammad Fakih, Dr. Anda Ida Nur Haida, and others that I cannot mention one by one. The Chairman of Institute for Research and Community Service, Dr. Lusmelia Apriani, Chairman of Institute for Learning, Development, and Quality Assurance, Professor Wan Abbas Jakaria, Head of Department, Head of Study Program, distinguished keynote speaker, and participant, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun, good morning for everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you for participating in the 5 international social, humanity, economic, education, law, and sustainable development SEAL 2020 held by Postgraduate School of University of Lampung. Thank you for your participation in this conference. I would like to express my appreciation to our keynote speaker and invited speaker today, Professor Abidin Kusno, Ph.D. from York University, Toronto, Canada. Professor Bustanul Arifin, M.Sc. He is my colleague from the University of Lampung, from Agriculture Faculty. Associate Professor Dr. Norlidah Alias from the University of Malaya, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Kulwant Singh Malik from Central University of Haryana, India. Dr. Unang Mulkhan MBA is my colleague too, is Director of SDG Center, University of Lampung. We are honored that you would be participating in this conference. Even in this COVID pandemic, we are still able to participate in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has been participating in the ASEAN community, economic community, and Trans-Pacific Partnership since several years ago. If Indonesia is not prepared, this can be a challenge for us. The global markets, innovation, and foreign workers with excellent skill will be faced by not only Indonesia, but also by our countries. However, there are also opportunities by improving research and innovation in our country. Also, by strengthening the potential of the society in our country, we can face this challenge. Our University of Lampung, also encourage strengthening the potential of Indonesian society and values, creation and innovation for the nation. The aim is to improve the quality of local products, varieties of invention in all fields of study, such as law, social science, agriculture, medicine, techniques, natural science, education, and computer science. It is important to bring together experts in those fields in the hope that we can have better knowledge and produce innovation in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully in this conference, there will be new ideas, discussion, a collaboration between participants. I strongly believe that through the 5 international social, humanity, economics, education, law, and sustainable development, SEAL 2020, we are able to improve our potency to face all challenge and achieve more opportunities in the future. I hope this conference is able to inspire and deliver benefit to all participants, in which together we are able to contribute to the science and research. Once again, welcome to this conference and have a wonderful discussion. Without further ado, let us start with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dengan nama Allah yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang. In the name of God, the most beneficent and the most merciful. And now, the 5th International Social, Humanity, Economics, Education, Law, and Sustainable Development SEAL in 2020 has officially begun. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Engineering Suharso, Ph.D., for officially open this event.
Before we end this opening ceremony, let us say a prayer. For Dr. Engineering Tubagus Hasanuddin, M.S., time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray together to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the ridho Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala and for the success of this conference. I will read this prayer in Arabic and Islamic religious guidance. Therefore, for your honored Muslim, please pray according to your own faith. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan naimin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yang bagi li zalali wasiyal karim wa adimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala syahidina Muhammad wa ala ali syahidina Muhammad. Kama sholaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim fil alamina innaka hamidum majid. Rabbighfir lana wali walidina warhamhuma kama rabbayana shaghira. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Allahumma ighfir lil muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minin wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat. Allahumma iftah lana abwabal khair wa abwaba ni'mah wa abwaba sehati wal quwwah wa abwaba sehati wal quwwah wa abwaba sehati wal quwwah wa abwaba barakah wa abwaba salamah wa abwabal jannah. Allahumma nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan thayyiba wa amalan mutaqabbalan. Rabbana zidna ilma warzuqna fahma innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Allahumma alimna ma jahilna wa zakina ma nasina wa fahimna ma la nafham wa zidna ilma wal hikna bis salihin. Allahumma a'inna ala zikrika wa syukrika wa husna ibadatik. Rabbana anta maksudana waridaka matlubana fid dunya wal akhirah. Atina mahabbataka wa ma'rifataka birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar wa qina azabannar wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu alal mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Amin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thanks for your pray together to Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Amen. May all God blessings come to us. Thank you very much, Dr. Engineering Tubagus Hasanuddin, M.S.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the opening ceremony.
International Conference 5th Shield 2021
under the theme
Sustainable Development During and Post-Pandemic. For closing this opening ceremony, let us say Hamdalah.
Next agenda is photo session. For all the participants, may turn on the camera. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we will move to the main event, the plenary session. For the first plenary session, will be guided by Professor Dr. Sutopo Hadi, M.Sc. But before that, let me read his brief curriculum vitae. Professor Dr. Sutopo Hadi, M.Sc. is a professor at Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University of Lampung. There are several his research grant experience. First, encapsulation of organotin 4 carboxylate as the antivirus of COVID-19 in 2021. Second, application of organotin 4 carboxylate as the disinfection to the regions of the spread COVID-19 in 2021. Third, application of organotin 4 benzoate as alternative of anti-malaria in 2019. Fourth, application of organotin 4 benzoate as alternative of antibacteria in 2019. And last, synthesis and characterization of organotin 4 benzoate and derivative as the anti-malaria agent in 2018. Please welcome for our first moderator, Professor Dr. Sutopo Hadi, M.Sc.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Miss Master of Ceremony, for very kind introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for participants in Indonesia and in India, and as well as Malaysia, and very good late evening for Professor Abidin Kusno in Canada. It is my pleasure to chair this session, the first keynote session for 3 keynote speakers. That will be Professor Abidin Kusno, and then followed by Professor Norlidah Alias, and then the third one will be Dr. Unang Mulkhan. Before we start the presentation, as I'm aware that Professor Abidin Kusno at this time already about 10:30 p.m. in Canadian time. So after his presentation later on, we will have short discussion with him. So before we start the presentation, please the committee share the keynote speaker curriculum vitae for Professor Abidin Kusno. Thank you. Okay, Professor Abidin Kusno is currently part of the Faculty of Environmental Studies at York University, Canada. Currently, he is the director of York Center of Asian Research. There are so many awards that he has received. Some of them are from 2016 2020. He received the SSHRC Standard Research Grant for Research on Flooding and Environmental Politics in Southeast Asia, etc. Next slide. Siapa ini yang running? Next slide, please. Hello. And he has published many in books, like in English, Visual Culture of the Ethnic Chinese in Indonesia, published by Roman and Little Feet International in 2016. After the New Order, Space, Politics, and Jakarta, Honolulu, Hawaii United Press, as well as in Indonesian, Melawan Waktu, Jakarta Omah Library Press in 2020, Reposisi Nusantara, Jakarta Omah Library Press 2020, and many articles in book and book chapter. Now, let us welcome Professor Abidin Kusno to give his lecture. Hello, Professor Kusno. Are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. I would like to remind you that you have about 25 minutes for presentation, and then 5-minute discussion, and then after that, because you are already late now, I understand that. So you might leave the Zoom meeting because now it's already about 11 p.m. in Canadian time. Thank you,
That
Prof.
is correct.
Yes, time is yours now. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Sutopo Hadi. I really appreciate your introductions. First, let me say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And thank you, Dr. Junaidi, Professor Ahmad Saudi Samoshir, Pak Rector, Professor Karomani, and also Pak Jainal Abidin, for the invitation to participate in this interdisciplinary conference to discuss sustainable development issues in the context of this challenging time of the global pandemic. If I may do some share screen, that would be appreciated.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me start by discussing the terms we are using to identify our time, such as the notions of during pandemic and post-pandemic, and ask this question: what do these terminologies mean for us to understand or misunderstand our relations with the concept of sustainable development? First, what the notion of during pandemic. Right? This term suggests a shared time frame, a shared temporality, a shared global time frame. Now, this shared time frame allows us to understand the COVID-19 pandemic as a contemporary network disease. Yeah, this is a term used by my colleague at York University, Professor Roger Kyle and Harris Ali, which is a disease that transmits in and through the interconnected global cities network. So the intensity of the intercity connection, what has been called time and space compression, facilitates the speed of the spread of the disease. So more connection, more chances to get affected. So the network of global cities constitutes a chain of transmission. Now, as part of Global Cities Network, I'm actually referring to Jakarta here. If you look at the slides here, Jakarta is here. And one could also talk about Lampung, yeah, as a global city as well, are caught up in the global traffic of disease transmission that spread to different locales. Now, as global cities are produced by and for the global economy, the orientations of such cities is towards building infrastructure for economic growth. So this economistic concern has unfortunately ignored the importance of social provision, such as social infrastructure, including public health and social safety net. Now, this is particularly so in the cities of the global south, including Jakarta, we should say. Yeah. And in a sense, we must acknowledge that while all cities are interconnected, some cities are suffering more during the pandemic due to the inequality or unevenness of global development. So if you take Jakarta as an example, while the drive for economic growth has put Jakarta on the map of global cities, the growth is not sustained by an adequate infrastructure, especially social and health infrastructure. So this explains in part the difficulties of Jakarta in coping with the spread of COVID-19. Now, let me move on to the second terminology called the post-pandemic. About a year ago, I was invited to talk about issues around cities and pandemic. But at that time, I didn't find anyone using the term post-pandemic. Maybe it was too early at that time to talk about post-pandemic. But then there was a keyword that was used quite widely, and this is called the new normal. Now, I'm not sure how different they are conceptually, but if I can continue to use the term new normal in the same way as post-pandemic, which suggests situations of the aftermath of the pandemic, then what we are looking at is actually a call for substantial transformations of urban life. From the transformations of urban governance and urban structure to the problematizations of the hegemonic view of the city as the engine of economic growth. Now, I would like to spend some time looking back to our history. Now, this is the words that people are now using today, post-pandemic. Like a year ago, not many places are actually using this word. So now let me show you these slides. I was actually making a very quick sketch before the talk. Now I want to bring to your attention the diagram over here. It shows that when Europe was hit by what is known as Spanish flu, first recorded in 1918 at the end of World War I, there were systematic attempts in Europe to create a new condition that would lead to a post-pandemic new normal situation. In fact, this word, new normal, was invented during that time. So European intellectuals at that time, they were very critical of the existing social condition, which had led to war, disaster, and later on the Great Depression. And so they were tried very hard to imagine a different future. Yeah, I'm moving on to here. Yeah. Or an alternative future where the interests of the public or the collective would stand above the interests of the individual or the private sector. Now, what follows then was the integrations of various knowledge productions from law, public administration, health, demography, science, architecture, urban design. Now, these fields before was basically they were not really communicating with each other. They were only living within their own boundary, with very little communication between them. But after this pandemic, there was a major attempt to integrate all these different disciplines to create a kind of a social transformations. And this was the era that produced Keynesianism, where planning played a major role in transforming European cities. And in the context of the US, and this was also a way in which the whole continent get out of the Great Depression and turn their built environment into what we know today as modern cities. And this was also the era where modernist urbanism intersected with communitarian regional planning in the 1920s and 30s. Now, the question that I want to ask us to consider here is what had happened in the colonies during the same period of time. Now, let's look at the diagram again. Now, let's look at the diagram called the Global South over here. So above is the Global North, which in the late 19th and early 20th century, it was called European colonies. Okay? Now, for sure, the Spanish flu spread to the colony. But colonies being colonies, there were no initiative from the colonial government to create a conditions for the new normal, for the post-pandemic to emerge. There was no structural transformations in the colony. So the colonizers never brought to the colony the European modern infrastructural ideal of universal, say, equitable water services, for example. So only European neighborhoods were equipped with a water supply and, say, asphalt street. Housing sector was also predominantly a domain of private sector. So if we look at the image here, this is just the image of Batavia, Jakarta, because most of my research is concentrated in the capital city. In Batavia, there never was any comprehensive planning for the city as a whole. So when it came to regulations, they were centered around new European residential areas. So health standard for Batavia was only issued in the 1930s, so it was very late. Even then, there were no data about conditions of kampung neighborhood. And there was one, but quite outdated. So my point here is that we never have had the universal modern infrastructural ideal throughout our urban history. Now, I'm not saying that we must follow the West to get one, but I just want to emphasize, I want to indicate the difference between the North and the South. So let me go back to this diagram. Now moving forward a little bit to the post-colonial time, say jumping forward under Suharto regime, we were left with a city that was basically fragmented, lack of integrated infrastructure, and largely run by developers or business sectors in partnership with the political regime. And so when the West underwent what is called neoliberalizations of its social system, which is here. So the diagram here is the global North and down here is global South. When in the West, there was this whole movement called neoliberalism, which means privatizations of their public services to enlarge the domain of market for private sectors to invest places like Jakarta, in Indonesia, which was known as undergoing liberalizations or globalizations, the place became the domain for the accumulations of capital. So one could say that because of colonial legacies, we were already being fragmented back then. So when it reaches 1980s, the field become open for what we would call market-based development. So what we have is a present past continuations of a city characterized by lacks of basic infrastructure. So water supply, sewerage, decent housing, these are all basically lacking. Whereas cities in the north, which also has environmental problem and also has poverty, they consume a disproportionate share of the world's resources. Okay? Now, let me now move on a little bit to focus on the notion of sustainable development. So it is this part here I emphasize in the yellow highlight here. Now, in the 1980s, the World Commissions on Environment and Development published reports like our Common Future, and earlier, the Commission also published something called North-South, a program for survival, and also a common crisis, North and South cooperation, which produce, in fact, the notions of sustainable development. Now, the problem is that the report didn't really deal with the problem of the profound discrepancy and unevenness in the economic and political relations between cities of the North and the South. Now, even though both places are undergoing similar conditions of unsustainable development, but basically sustainable development is quite a global North perspective. And so what is regarded as the needs in the cities of the North would actually be quite luxurious in those of the South, where basic infrastructure is still lacking. And the political cultures is also quite different. And furthermore, environmental improvement to northern cities may be at the expense of exporting environmental problems elsewhere. So this is what is known as the externalities of the North, which is continued to be imposed on the South. So, and the second problem I want to point out here is what is called ecological modernization. Okay, now this is basically an approach to handle ecological issues by introducing ecological criteria in the development of cities, like recycling, planting trees, green space, reducing traffic, reducing pollution, bike lane, etc. But this is also based on the assumption that economic growth through the market economy is a precondition for tackling environmental problems. In other words, ecological modernization believe that the market can provide solutions to environmental problems. So in a very interesting way, environmental problems are seen as opportunities actually for accumulation of capital. So I am aware that we don't have much time. So let me end by saying that to imagine a post-pandemic time of the new normal is to be aware that we have never been quite normal. I'm just trying to emphasize, if we understand history better, we would know that from the past until the present, unlike what we call the global North, we have always been suffering from fragmented development, fragmented infrastructure. Okay, and so therefore, we could in fact imagine a situation where we should think about this pandemic situation as offering a chance for us to creatively create a truly new conditions for change, one that is structurally more social to achieve a relatively egalitarian society. Yeah. We must achieve the balance between economic and social life while conserving the environment. Now, this pandemic has forced us to rethink the market-based and sustainable development paradigm. Yeah. So our nation state must have the courage to decommodify again, yeah, resources that need to be protected for the well-being of society and the environment, yeah, within which we are all embedded. And so for us in the academy, yeah, we may need to consider ways to reconstruct our knowledge formations, to form a synergy between different fields, from law, public administration, health, demography, sciences, social sciences, humanities, architecture, urban planning, and design, you know, and all these different fields, yeah, to somehow to work together, yeah, to go beyond their boundary, to go beyond their disciplinary divide, to move us from a market-based sustainable development to a more socially based sustainable development. Yeah. And let me just end by indicating that about, I think 2 years ago, yeah, I actually visited UNILA, yeah, Universitas Lampung, and also ITERA, okay? And I, at that time, offered the following diagram, you know, for the two universities to consider working together, yeah, for creations of what I would call a Sumatra School of Critical Urban Sustainability. Yeah. So that this is a kind of like a little imagination here, where the school would be supported by 4 programs, you know, like almost like 4 labs, yeah, labs for physical environment, yeah, which is this one here on the left top, to reimagine the city through architecture and planning, yeah, and also the one over here is the lab for urban metabolism, yeah, to live with the natural environment. And then the one down here on the right is the lab for ecological economies, yeah, to counter market-based development and capitalist modernization. And then the one on the left bottom here is the lab for history, cultural diversity, and social justices. This is basically to emphasize the importance of historical continuity of human settlements, local wisdom, you know, of urban environmental heritage, and also social dimensions of urban life. And it just came to my attention that I was actually using some Indonesian text here. I hope you don't mind. But in general, yeah, I want to emphasize that this lab on history, cultural diversity, and social justices, I think, is probably, to me, is the most important one, because this would really make Sumatra become somehow distinctive and unique. Yeah, whereas the other labs are sort of a more approaches that could be seen as more global in a sense, as also technical, and in some way these are disciplines that have been acknowledged in many parts of the world. But the one on lab history, cultural diversity, and social justices, I think these are really a place where Sumatra will be able to cultivate its own unique approach to the challenges of our time. Yeah. Now we can say this is a utopian diagram, yeah, but I would say it costs nothing for us to imagine, yeah, or to dream, yeah, if we still can dream. Okay. So thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Abidin Kusno, for very excellent presentation and very good time management. You really exactly used 25 minutes from the start until finish. Now, well, actually, I would like to summary of your discussion, your talk, but there are so many here. I only mentioned 3 of them. That you raised the post-pandemic terminology as well as new normal, and then global global north and global south, how they handle it is very different. It is very different because in Indonesia, as you are aware of now, the incident is very high in the last couple of months, Professor Abidin, but different with the north. Yeah, like before in Spain, when they were struck by this sort of pandemic, they can cope quite well, although it was last at about 3 years, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, now we have about 4 minutes to question. Is there any question in the Zoom? Who's that? Who's that?
I'm going to ask for Pak Topo.
Okay. Let's. Oh yeah, Pak Zainal, please.
Hi, Professor Abidin. Thank you for your participation in very short notice. I know this is very. I've been. I missed your presentation when you were in Unila a couple years ago. So thank you for your attending for this conference. I think we are really thinking about global corporation, and I think we hope that you can be our anchor for working with your university, because not so many Canadian university are in University of Lampung, very rare. Okay, my question. You have very excellent notes about the term post-pandemic, because post-pandemic is a new term, and then you try to really dig down what the post-pandemic mean. Yeah, because we usually use a new normal. And then but I think that's very quite challenging term, because how we proceed with what we call the after pandemic. We now being introduced with endemic whatever. But I think that the most difficult one right now, even in the north, that we have fragmented society actually. Yeah, even in the U.S., if I look at the news in the U.S., how they're divided there. Now in Indonesia, of course, we have to be very united, very strong. And my question is, I like your idea about Sumatra model, maybe Sumatra approach. And I don't know, when can you make it more elaborate and about Sumatra idea, Sumatra thoughts of maybe it's not only urban, but also in general. So that probably this is going to be a very good thinking for the University of Lampung, maybe leading for the Sumatra School of Thoughts, because Sumatra is different from Java. Mostly are people talking about Java, and when you talk about Sumatra. Maybe you could elaborate more, Professor Abidin. Thank you. Kembali ke.
Yes. Terima kasih. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Zainal. I'm really happy to see you here, and now you're posing a very interesting question as well. Now, first of all, I must say that Pak Zainal and I are somehow connected. Partly because Pak Zainal, Pak Zainal is actually an alumnus of the faculty where I currently find myself working. Yeah. And it's called Faculty of Environmental Studies. And now the name has changed into Faculty of Environmental and Urban Change. Yeah, partly because of the whole pressure of urbanizations and the criticality of the issues to address, the problems as well as the potentials of the urban And so I can see this is part of the vaginal sort of a struggle as well, how to deal with the issues of environment. And so that is the first thing. The second thing is I want to emphasize this notion of post-pandemic. Yeah, I think in the context of Indonesia, the global south, the notion of post should not be understood as after. Okay, well, in the global north, they could assume that, well, there's something called the after, which is fine, but we have to always understand the unequal power, geopolitical power relations embedded in our world today. The post is actually, it is a term that would remind us of the fact that we are liberated on the one hand, but also we remain a victim on the other hand. Yeah, so there are things that are still part of the legacy of the past that hasn't really been resolved, and we are still continue to live in that kind of a past. So it's a good reminder, a post is not so much the after, but a post offer first the opportunity to create a new time, but also at the same time, remind us of the fact that we are still victim of the past. So we have to work harder. Yeah, we have to be aware of our conditions and therefore find a different way of approaching the issues. We cannot simply just adopt what we call the Northern perspective, the Northern concept. We have to actually know the specificity of our own condition.
So it is different, yeah, Prof. It is different how to deal with in the north and in the south. Is it right?
Exactly. So if you look at this diagram itself, we already can tell the fact that, in the West, they can always indicate the idea of the universal infrastructure for the whole city. And how that whole city in the end were taken over by the private sector. And this is what we call the neoliberalizations of public services in the West. But in our global south, things are really quite different. From the past, we have never really been able to enjoy what is called the universal infrastructural ideal, because that has never been built for us. Our condition has always been in some way privatized since colonial time. So we have never really enjoyed that kind of a universal infrastructural ideal. So when the market came in, we were even more unprepared, and at the same time, we become even more fragmented. So this is what I mean by we remain a victim of the past, even though we have the opportunity to create something quite different. So this is what I was actually trying to play around with this idea, and this is certainly just a little, brainstorming here to invite everyone to think about whether there is some kind of a Sumatran approach to the challenge of our time. And I'm aware that a lot of method, a lot of way of thinking, they are coming from Java, and then the Java itself is actually also coming from the West. In the past it would be coming from the Netherlands, and now the American ways of thinking has also been in some way imported to the technical school, to universities in Java. And I just feel like Sumatra is different. The idea of coastal cities is very different. And Lampung has these potentials, and therefore this particular cluster, called the history lab, I think is a very important one. And this is what I actually want to learn from Lampung, how colleagues over there, friends over there, will be able to cultivate something quite different as a way to inform these other clusters. So therefore, the urban regional planning would be informed by the specificity of Lampung. The urban metabolism would be informed by the local struggles, the sense of the local wisdom, a sense of local justices, and the cultural diversity of the place. Now that also include ways of approaching, ecological economics. So these three areas are in some way quite, we would call, say, quite universalized. You can find that kind of a knowledge in many different parts of the world, and maybe also in the place where Pak Jainal used to study, say at York. But the one that the North couldn't somehow informed us to do is this particular lab called the historical specificity of Lampung. Yeah, so this is the opportunity for both UNILA and ITERA to work together to see how you could produce an alternative knowledge, yeah, as a foundation for creating a new future.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
Professor Abidin. Because unfortunately we are running out time. The time constraint really limit us. So thank you very much for your thoughts. It is very, very interesting. So later on, maybe if there is or there are questions to you, I will email to you, Professor Abidin. Is it okay for you?
Yes,
Okay.
very welcome.
Okay, thank you, Professor Abidin. Now let's committee. Hello, committee. Now we are symbolic present the certificate for you, Professor Abidin Kusno, Ph.D, as a keynote speaker for our conference today. Thank you so much. For the other thing, we will contact you later on. So now let us give very high applause for Professor Abidin Kusno. Okay, because time is running very quickly. Now we are moving to the second. Professor Abidin Kusno, sorry, you may leave the Zoom because now it's already 11:15 in your time, I think, and then quite late for you to go to bed. That I think, yeah. Although tomorrow will be Sunday anyway. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I can
Thank you,
stay a little
Prof.
bit.
Thank you,
and then-
Professor Abidin.
Thank
Keep in
you.
touch, ya. Maybe
Thank you,
we
Professor
can-
Abidin.
Terima kasih, Pak
Okay,
Zainal.
terima kasih
Someday
sama-sama.
I will
Ya.
go to
Terima
York
kasih, Pak
City
Sutopo.
back.
Okay, now the second keynote speaker will be presented by Professor Norlidah Alias. Okay. Professor Norlidah, are you here already?
Yeah, Prof.
Okay,
I'm here.
thank you, Professor Norlidah Alias. Okay, I really thank to Professor Norlidah Alias because in a very short time, you agreed to join our conference, and it is really highly appreciate for your time to prepare your presentation, etc. And then finally today, and then at the time I was I made mistake in giving you the date because I mentioned on the 10th, but in fact it will be on the 11th or today. Yeah, it will be 11th of September. So thank you for Professor Norlidah Alias. Okay, let me read quickly the curriculum vitae of Professor Norlidah Alias. As you see in the screen, Professor Norlidah Alias is now currently in the Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Malaysia, the first university, the first rank university in Malaysia. I have sometime visited UM, and then she is active in the Association for Educational Communication Technology from 2012, and then many award and grant she has received, such as finalist Minister of Education Malaysia Special Award, Transformative Teaching in 2019, it's just 2 years ago, and then University of Malaysia Excellent Service Certificate 2013 and 2019, University of Malaya Excellent Service Award 2014, Gold Award International Invention, Innovation and Technology Exhibition, Malaysian Invention Industry Society. There are so many, I think, more than this. Now, because we are running out of time, Professor Alias, later on, it will be parallel. You will give presentation about 20 to 25 minutes, and then after that, Dr. Unang Mulkhan also will give talk about the same time, and then after that, we will have discussion. Why I exclude Professor Abidin, because I just consider his time in Canada quite late, and it is not good for me as moderator if I urge him to stay and has a parallel session with you and Dr. Unang. Now time all is used, Professor Alias.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Prof Moderator, Prof Sutopo Hadi. Okay, someone that I have just known for a while, but he's a very, very humble person and easily to communicate with. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To the Rector of the University of Lampung, the Deans, the keynote speakers, participants of the 5th International Conference on SHIELD 2020. So I will share my slide first. Okay, can you see my slide presentation?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the topic that I will present today is design and developmental research in
Aduh,
educational research.
gak ngerti pula saya gini gila.
Okay, and I will later on focus on the new this era of pandemic, or how we can adjust the design and developmental research. Okay, especially in the data collection. So DDR, or design and developmental research, is a systematic study of design, development, and evaluation process. So there are three phases in this DDR: design, development, and evaluation processes. And the aim of the DDR is to establish an empirical basis for a creation of instructional and non-instructional products and tools and new or enhanced models that govern their development. So this is a new trend of research. Normally we have qualitative research, quantitative research. For education background or education field, this is an emerging trend in doing research where we can employ design and developmental research. Okay, because the aim of DDR is to what do you call it? We are going to have empirical basis for a creation of instructional and non-instructional products, and all the processes will be recorded so that other practitioners or researchers who use this or want to come up with a new product can learn from the past research. Okay, Ritchie and Klein, 2014, have identified two types of DDR, okay, design and developmental research. We call it DDR. The focus of each type differs as follows. We have two types, okay, of DDR. The first type is called product and tool development. The second type is called model development. Okay, for this slot, I will be emphasizing on product and tools development. Okay. Okay, this is the process, the three phases in DDR. The first phase is called needs analysis, whereby, okay, we identify development needs of a model or a module, done before design and development are being implemented. So this is the first phase, is the starting phase where we identify the needs. Okay, so it is called needs analysis. Okay, followed by the second phase, which is called design and development. So decides on the design, okay, of the module of model. Okay, and we can use several approaches in this second phase. And the third phase is the implementation and assessment. So once the model or module is ready, we are going to implement the model or module in the real situation. Okay, we are going to test it and test their effectiveness or usability using selected approach. So I'm sharing with you how I use design and developmental research in order to produce or share the knowledge or the experience on producing or development of a physics pedagogical module based on learning styles and technology. So when we do research, we have to know what are the issues related to the area that we are going to do. Okay, so the issues in the content or the presentation, the next presentation will cover the issues in the teaching and learning of physics, the methodology, and the research findings. Okay, When I started this this research, okay, I started from my experience, okay, and also from the literature review, issues related to the learning of physics in secondary schools. Okay, so normally research says that students have difficulties understanding concepts in physics. Secondly, less pedagogy integrating technology, and students do not favor physics. Okay, in a Malaysian context, then we could not achieve the target of having more students enroll in the science science classes in secondary schools. Okay, so these are the issues related to the learning, teaching and learning of physics. So actually, why do we need to have a module that will combine technology and learning styles? So past research shows that technology can increase understanding of concepts, and also that by matching certain learning styles with technology can help increase student learning experience. Therefore, it is wise to design and develop physics pedagogical module based on technology and learning style for secondary school physics curriculum. So what is learning styles? Okay, according to Felder and Silverman, it is the way an individual focuses her attention to process, receive, understand, and remember certain information or new skills. So Felder and Silverman, okay, have categorized learning style into 4 dimensions. Okay, dimension 1 is perception. Dimension 2, process. Dimension 3, input. And 4th dimension is understanding. So what do we know about sensing and or intuitive student? So in a person may be dominant in terms of sensing and less intuitive, or the other way around. So a sensing student perceive information, they prefer what they learn in class has connection to the real situation. So they learn better if what the teacher teach in class is related to the real situation in the world or their surroundings. Whereby intuitive student would they do not like the teachers keep on intuitive student, they like to learn new things. They don't like teacher to repeat. Okay, they learn better if they get a new things, new information. But for sensing, they learn better if the teacher teach related to the context. Okay. Okay. Now, dimension 2, process. We have active students and we have reflective students. Active students would like to be engaging or take part in any activities in the class. Whereby reflective, they would prefer to study on their own, or they would prefer things to reflect rather than have a group discussion. Okay, dimension 3, input, visual and verbal. So for a visual learner, they would learn better if they have a big picture of everything. Okay, they see like a PowerPoint presentation, anything visual would be better for them. Whereby verbal student would learn faster if they listen to lectures. Okay. Okay, then understanding, sequential learner and global learner. Sequential learner will learn better if they have, if the module given to them from easier to a difficult, a complex concept. whereby a global learner will learn faster or better if they see a big picture using a map. Okay, so they learn everything. For example, mind mapping is good for them. Okay. So here in the methodology that I use, okay, was DDR, Design and Developmental Research. As I have explained earlier, it consists of 3 parts. Phase 1, needs analysis. Phase 2, design and development. And phase 3, usability evaluation. Okay. In the first phase, needs analysis, okay, I use semi-structured interview to on 10 physics teachers. Okay, this is a methodology. So I asked the needs of having this module, which is a physics pedagogical module based on learning style and technology. So I asked, later I will show all the related questions that I asked in the needs analysis. Okay, now the second part, design part, I use modified Delphi technique, which involve 21 experts panel. So what is the uniqueness of using modified Delphi technique? Okay, Delphi technique is whereby I get the experts to give their ideas and consensus without that they know that they are involved in that, focus group discussion. They do not need to be, they don't have to be in the same committee at the same time, where they know A is an expert, B is an expert. They will get influence. The dominant person will influence the others to make sure the idea is being enforced. But that's in this modified Delphi technique. Okay, expert A do not know that expert B is involved. Okay, so I involved a semi-structured interview first, interviewed a few experts, and then 5 experts, and then an instrument called Delphi technique instrument was being developed and then answered by 21 experts. Okay, and then I developed, okay, based on the design, I developed the module, and I showed to the X5 expert panel to give feedbacks on the development. And then followed by usability evaluation. The module was carried out, okay, used by 2 teachers in a class of physics class. Okay. Okay. In the first phase, research question. Okay, I asked about the needs of the pedagogical model. Okay, so the question asked, okay, what are the current practice of teaching of physics in schools? So the teachers said, the 10 teachers, they believe that it should be extended to not only the CD-ROM. Okay, during that time it was CD-ROM, and then the effectiveness of the CD courseware are limited depending on the student acceptance, abstract concept, experiment that are difficult to do, this teacher's ability to suit the usage. And the teacher also pointed that the suitable teaching strategies for physics, okay, should involve diversity of technology such as 3D animation, video clips, and so on. So now if we adjust this towards our new era where we can't go easily to see and interview teachers, you may use, okay, such as Google Meet or video call to conduct the interview. Okay. Okay, in the design and development process, okay, what are the design? As I have explained before, the data collection, use expert consensus through modified Delphi techniques involving 21 experts. So the teachers give, the experts give the the strategies that should be used, suitable objective content strategies and evaluation. And then in the development of the lesson plan and website, okay, I developed the lesson plan, okay, select elements from the expert consensus, and then development of the website, design of the teachers and students module, which consists of introduction of the module, block for every learning style, exercise, and the implementation of the modules. So the design of the development of the 4 learning styles, okay, as the expert suggested that I focuses on the verbal module, visual module, reflective and active module. So these are from the expert consensus, they suggested that I should be focusing on these 4 modules first. So these are the elements that should be involved as shown here. For the verbal module, it should be using video clip, lecture, and so on. For visual, focusing on web quest, answer post to wiki, okay, and use PowerPoint. For reflective module, produce mind maps, and active module, answers post to the blog.
Sorry, Prof. 2 minutes left, Prof.
Okay, so I just show the module. Okay, I started 11:18. It should be 11:48. Okay, okay,
No,
never mind here.
No question and answer later on, Prof.
Okay,
But
okay.
at the end, yeah.
So this is the implementation part, and then third phase, the usability method. I use Chin and Chen framework. Okay, and the student give very positive feedbacks. Okay, the teachers also share this is a very good experience for them to have teaching physics according to the learning style and technology. And then this module has won a few grants, 2 grants, and also a few awards. Okay, this is okay, yeah. Okay, just nice, eh? So this is a very okay, how design and developmental research can be used in educational research. Okay, I understand that there is a faculty of education here in University of Lampung.
Yes.
So maybe
Yes, we do.
yeah. So in University Malaya, we are the pioneer in using DDR. Now UKM and also many other universities are doing this type of research, and normally I have good collaboration and networking with Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
yeah, correct. Yeah,
All
exactly.
right. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Norlidah Alias. Sorry to cut your time because later on the discussion will be at the end after the third speaker present his talk. Is it okay for you to wait in the Zoom meeting for another 30 minutes? Because
I'm not sure whether, because this is Saturday, so I promise you, as I promised you, I have to leave actually.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Then if there is any question, all participants, because Professor Alias will leave the Zoom meeting after this one. So we have now question and answer. Please raise your hand, or you can directly request to ask any question to Professor Norlidah Alias. However, before any question, it is very interesting about DDR, design and developmental research, and I note one thing that many students, especially in Indonesia, do not favor physics, same as me before. Sorry, Professor Alias. Although I'm a chemist, but when I was in high school, even in the university, well, I rather hate physics. Yeah, although well, I get also highest mark, but I do not really like chemistry or biology, something like that. Very interesting stuff. Yes.
Teaching of physics in school.
Yeah. Okay, now time for question and answer. There is question in the chat room. Okay, I'll read for you, or can you read by yourself, Professor Alias, in the chat room?
Yeah.
There is question for you. Yes.
how to do an educational strategy in the pandemic era because education is online. So delivery is not perfect also. How does online education have a level such as a face-to-face? Example, okay. So actually, how do an educational strategy in the pandemic era? Okay, so actually, in Malaysia too, teachers are struggling, okay? Actually, last year, when the pandemic started, we are, I think not only Malaysia, Indonesia, all over the world, we are adjusting our teaching strategy to best suit our students, okay? So we have to, utilize technology, okay, in order to deliver. Actually, but now for this year in Malaysia, the teachers are all ready actually, because the teachers are also innovative. They got their professional development group. Okay, they share how to teach. Okay, that is one thing. And then I think that teachers training institution and also university have to adapt and then have to have a model for teaching to adjust to the teaching online. Okay, so we need to, by hook or by crook, we have to adjust our teaching strategy. And then the second question, how does online education have a level such as face-to-face education in terms of efficacy? Examples such as practicum, learning modeling. Okay, so actually if I relate to the teaching practice of our teachers, okay, so we have to adjust our trainees. They can't go to school, but then they have to teach online. Okay, like we are adjusting. We can't see, we can't have face-to-face conference, but then we are surviving where we have online conference. And
Exactly. Yeah.
it's very positive that, last minute also you will be able to get a keynote, for example, and we are not so rigid of having to travel to Indonesia. We still have we have to learn. I think maybe for the next 5 years, this is going to be the trend, it's going to save money, but then maybe are going to adjust to the hybrid later on, okay? And our university, for University of Malaya, inshallah, for this coming session, actually we already 3 semesters, okay, we have to teach online. Already 3 semesters. So
Same with us, Prof. Yeah, same with us.
Goes to you, all right? So for this next coming session in October, inshallah, where we will be getting our herd community. Okay, all 80% of our students will be vaccinated, and we have 100% of our university staff vaccinated. So then only we are able to go to campus. Okay,
Excellent.
so
very good. Yeah.
So and
very
it
good
is
planning.
going to be a very, I think, something that a research that will be done. Okay.
Okay, Prof. There is another question for you. Can you read in the chat room, please?
Okay. I have a question. How to do practice class during this pandemic? Okay, practice class means practical. Practical, is it?
Yes,
Practical?
correct. Yes, because
in
this
the lab,
example is
right?
physics instrument. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sharing with you all last week. I observed one practical student, okay, a physics trainee, okay, who is teaching online for her practical. So she have a online lab. Yeah, she has to use a YouTube to show the students the practical part of certain. Normally we have it on. We have to do it by ourselves, but then we can have a simulation to our student, show it our student how to conduct it, and we have to do some adjustment. Okay. Okay. Inshallah, I hope that will that answer the question.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Norlidah Alias. A very good presentation and also very nice discussion between the participant and you. And I really thank you again for participating in our conference. Now the committee, please hand the certificate to Professor Norlidah Alias. This is the certificate for you, Professor. And thank you once again for agreeing to be one of the speaker for this conference, although in a very short time. And later on, I will contact you for other things that maybe will be included in after this conference, the post conference. Thank you, Professor Norlidah Alias. As you said that today is Saturday, I'm so sorry I disturbed your time with your family. Now maybe you may leave the Zoom meeting, and I will now start the third session, the third speaker. Thank you once again, Professor Norlidah Alias, for participating in this conference.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, now we are moving to the third speaker. It will be presented by Dr. Unang Mulkhan. Dr. Unang Mulkhan is currently the boss in the SDGs at the University of Lampung. He is academic staff at the Faculty of Political Science in University of Lampung. His research areas lie on the business and human rights, business ethics, eco-justice, and environmental ethics, stakeholder theory, and sustainable development. His professional experience from 2020, besides he is the active lecturer at the University of Lampung, he is also a research consultant. So he traveled over the world, and now he is part of the team in the, I forgot, in Lund University in Sweden, I think. And then he also active as the teacher for co-design inclusive public space and services program University here, yeah. And then also the director of this from 2019 at the University of Lampung. Now, Professor Dr. Unang, are you here, Dr. Unang? Oh yeah. Okay. Now time is used. Sorry, Dr. Unang, because we really constrain the time. I'll give you about 20 minutes as we discuss through WhatsApp, and then after that we have discuss question and answer. Thank you, Dr. Unang.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sutopo Hadi. Sorry. Yeah. Is it readable?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This is my honor to be invited in this international conference for 5th SILT 2021, Social Humanity, Economics, Education, Law, and Sustainable Development. Actually, I missed Professor Abidin Kusno's presentation, discussions, and Professor Dr. Norlidah Alias, but I joined Professor Abidin Kusno's presentation and really want to discuss with him in terms of the development of urban development in Sumatra Island. This is quite interesting, but thank you, Professor Sutopo Hadi, for explaining my curriculum vitae. But I think I just need to provide the small correction for the my email. So this is a correct email, I think. So maybe everyone can contact me if there should be like a discussion after my presentations. So I will start about the agenda of SDGs 2030. It is adopted by 193 countries in 2015. The SDGs actually emerged from the most inclusive and comprehensive negotiation in UN history and have inspired people from across sectors, geographies, and cultures. So achieving the goals by 2030 will require a strong effort, determination to learn about what works, and agility to adapt a new information and changing trends. So I here assume that many of you already know the 17 goals because it started already in 2015.
So the UN focuses on ideas and initiates that generates a larger impact, advance of the SDGs imperative to leave no one behind, and are backed by evidence, practical commitment, and actions. Even the University of Lampung also involved in this agenda by joining the Time Hero Education's University Impact Ranking. So this kind of global agenda also runs in the local level, even at the local governments of Lampung. However, we already know that the COVID-19 has brought devastating impact to all countries in the world, as Professor Abidin Kusno already mentions, as well explains, as well by Professor Dr. Norlidah Alias. So this is quite shocking when COVID-19 pandemic presented us with unprecedented challenges from health crisis, economic recession, and development in general. So the world actually was not on track to meet the 17 SDGs goal before COVID-19 pandemic. And now the challenge has been increased many times over. The pandemic has halted and reversed years or even decades of development progress. We can see from the slide that if we go to the goal number 8 on the COVID-19 that has led to massive job loss, particularly among youth and women. So we can see that Northern Africa and Western Asia and also Latin America and Caribbean, they are in a higher position of the unemployment rates in 2019 and 2020. We can see as well for the Asia's countries. So according to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or UNESCAP, the Asia Pacific region is not on track to achieve the SDGs goal on current trajectory. Asia and the Pacific may achieve less than 10% of the SDGs targets without immediate and joint collaboration to tackle these concerns. Since the SDGs itself is a kind of like a collaborative effort among stakeholders. See as well in the goal number 9 on global manufacturing production, we can see that it drops quite significantly in 2020. So this report paints a worrying picture actually regarding the state of the SDGs, yet it also highlights stories of resilience, adaptability, and innovation during the crisis. Here, if we move to the SDGs on the poverty alleviations, we see that the social groups have different characteristics and exposure to COVID-19 pandemic, because everyone cannot be see in the same level because the inequality in our society is still high. So low-income households and neighborhoods, poor quality housing located in floodplains, and I saw from Professor Abidin's presentation as well, to some extent discuss about this. So they really underlying the health and nutrition problems, lack of alternative, especially women, children, elderly, minorities, and indigenous people. If we connect to the book of the Amartya Sen on development as freedom, he defined that the development as the removal of major of sources. This such of like he argued, people must able to enjoy not only their civil and political right, but also their social economic well-being. So if the development is about how to achieve freedoms and improvement in people's life, so definition of development leads to some inquiries actually, such as what should be developed, so how to develop and how development should occur, and who will be involved in this development. See, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on economic activities is predicted to last quite long. If this happens, it will very likely plunge the global community into a recession or a severe economic crisis. A lot of development agency, including IMF, has predicted that the global economic growth in 2020 will sink to -3%. So this recession will result in the emergence of new poor people. And what about Indonesia? The World Bank in 2020 projected the Indonesian economic growth in 2020 will only reach 2.1%. So in the worst scenario, it can further drop to -3.5%. This figure is lower than the 2019 before the pandemic, that economic growth rate, which was only 5%. The economic shock is also predicted in from the emergence of new poor people. So we will see what happened this year, 2021, in terms of the poverty rate. So here it is interesting. We can connect this to Professor Dr. Norlidah Alias in terms of the education. This is quite a strategic issues in Indonesia as well, where the COVID-19 has resulted in school shut all across the world, not only not only in the world, but in Indonesia. So the data from the World Bank also mentioned that over 1.2 billion children are out of the classroom. As a result, education has changed dramatically with a distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platform. So if you want to research to this, so research suggests that online learning has been shown to increase retention of information and take less time, meaning the changes of coronavirus have caused Mac to be here to stay. I'm not sure. Especially Lampung University still use the online platform this semester, I think. So while countries are at different point in their COVID-19 infection rate, worldwide there are currently more than 1 billion children in 186 countries affected by school closure due to the pandemic. So with this sudden shift, this is very interesting way there is like a shift away from the classroom in many parts of the globe. And some are wondering whether the adoption of the online learning will continue to persist post-pandemic, and how such a shift would impact the worldwide education market. This is interesting to dig deeper. And I always highlight that the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be split with the current climate change issues, and especially disaster risk reduction, where we see the UN report also confirms what UN agencies such as the World Meteorological Organization, or WMO, have been sounding the alarm over. So the economic slowdown in 2020 did little to slow the climate crisis because like the sums of factories didn't operate. But which I'm not sure in 2021, because the risk of the industry already there, and the pollutions and the airplane already run their operations. So concentration of major greenhouse gases continue to increase. While the global average temperature was about 1.2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, dangerously close to the 1.5 degree temperatures threshold established in the Paris Agreement. So the world fell short as well on 2020 target to halt biodiversity loss and reversal of the 10 million hectares of forest which was lost each year between 2015 to 2020. This is quite shocking. as well. So it's like there's some part of the world, like in Europe, last month we saw a lot of like flooding, and also in Indonesia during the pandemic of COVID-19. Uh, Internally, in terms of the SDGs, actually, the problem of data collection still there. So during the pandemic, many countries still struggled with the intrusion in data collection caused by lockdown measures. And especially in Indonesia, I would say that the improvement of the data quite slow. I mean, since the skill and the technological support in every cities are quite different, especially in remote areas. So local government, it is quite difficult how to gather the data. So like University of Lampung, we offer several help, support to the local government to create kind of a dashboard to collect the data on the SDGs attainment. So if you talk about the way forward, as Professors Abidin Kusno discuss about the new normal or post-pandemic COVID-19, this is quite interesting. But I would say that there is a concept or the framework build back better. Meanwhile, this pandemic has sparked a momentum for building back better, particularly as the 2030 achievement of the SDGs is on the horizons, which are most impactful at the local level. The idea of collaboration and open innovation across skill is very essential. It has emphasized the role of cities here and local government as frontliners in the journey toward recovery and beyond. So we have learned to be more resilient in every sense of crisis, so that may be faced in the near future. So not only, even though the movement on the Build Back Better may be led by the local governments, but the involvement of multi-stakeholders quite essential, including the academia. So therefore, the COVID-19 recovery is this opportunity to accelerate progress toward the SDGs, and this achievement only when the world leaders and local leaders address the increased pace of an integrated, sustainable, and inclusive policy, and also action toward the recovery. By accelerating progress on the SDGs through the COVID-19 recovery, the world can strengthen resilience against future shock. However, the question is how to have like a strong collaboration. uh, there should be a strong governance system, I would say, global national level to achieve the system, level coordinated action, and minimizing trade-off for sustainable development. And we should understand the key of the collaborations factors like trust among the multi-stakeholders cooperations in this case. And then second is about the experimentation and innovation are key to sustainable development. Already mentioned by Professor Norlidah and also Professor Abidin Kusno in terms of the essence of the innovation. The SDGs back on track, government, cities, business, and industry have to use the recovery to adopt a low carbon, resilient, and inclusive development pathway that will reduce the carbon emission, conserve natural resources, create better jobs, advance gender equality, and tackle growing inequities. So all this can be achieved by experimentation and innovation, a very strong innovation. And I think it is essential if academia or researchers can lead these efforts. So if you talk about the science system, including setting research agendas, it is necessary to define like incentive system for researchers, especially for Indonesian researchers in this case, in financial and recognition terms, to undertake systemic research in really open, collaborative manner, as well as focusing on integrated, feasible solutions to global challenges. So I agree what Professor Abidin Kusno mentioned about the three pillars of the Sustainable Development Agenda. So success cannot be measured only in financial means, but it is required balance across dimension. Two others are the environmental and social aspect. So reducing the likelihood and mortality, morbidity, everything should be done by the research. Here, I think it's quite close to the what Professor Abidin Kusno's presentation, and I love this framework so far in the idea of UN Habitat on New Urban Agenda. So it is quite important where the what we would say the UN set kind of like a framework, a guideline on how cities fulfill their social function. Uh, yeah, Professor Sutopo mentioned that I joined the CHIPS program on inclusive cities and public services in Lund University as part of the global agenda, and we have like three cities involved: Indonesia, Lebanon, and Turkey. So this is quite interesting, where how cities fulfill their social function, including the social and ecological function of land, with a view to progressively in achieving the full realization of the right to land, with a few, I mean, like also the right of human being. So this is interesting, where the cities can provide facilities without discrimination, so universal access to safe and affordable drinking water and sanitation, as well as equal access for all public goods and quality services in the cities. So to achieve all this, again, there should be practices of participatory, promoting civic engagement, engendering sense of belonging and ownership among all inhabitants. I often use the framework of human rights cities, because new urban agenda was set by the UN, and it should be like criticized using the human rights principle. And I'm quite glad that some cities in Indonesia also declare themselves on the human rights cities. So this is quite important, where we should make sure we stay or we live in the city, which provide everything equally, and we can access and we can use our rights to cities. I think this is the my last presentation. When we talk about the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenge of the climate change, and we understand the improvement on the technology, especially on digital technology. This is quite a hope or a kind of opportunity for all of us, where people now, of course, they pay attention strongly to digitalizations. So the emerge of digital platform and intangible investment in this kind of technologies is quite essential. Support with related policy is needed, such as how the use of the technology to the small medium enterprises, and also how to use this technology to tackle the health issues, where we can see many of the NGOs or local governments already use the ICT to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic, and also to use this in the idea of education system. So it is quite hope for us that the key barrier to, but still the key barrier to achieving this transformation lies in our inability to think and act systematically due to structural barriers. Maybe we still lack of the policies in education or government or business in terms of how to enhance, how to provide more equals infrastructure of this ICT. And I think these presentations for me, and I hope that there should be like a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Sutopo.
Thank you, Dr. Unang Mulkhan, for very wise timing in the presentation. You really used 20 minutes of the discussion. I mean the presentation. Now, question and answer for Dr. Unang Mulkhan. I think there is already in the chat room, Dr. Unang. Can you read in the chat room, Dr. Unang? There is one question already for you. It is from maybe Ibu Ira Sono Putri. Can you read it, Dr. Unang?
Yes, I can see this
Okay.
question.
Okay.
Could you explain the challenges of SDGs in Lampung province, especially in Bandar Lampung city during this COVID-19 pandemic? Yes, we can see that the SDGs agenda is already in the 6 years or more than like I mean almost a half a journey of the SDGs because the realization should be in 2030. But here, like before the pandemic COVID-19, actually there like the problem is on the monitoring and evaluations because we did quite a lot the effort on socialization in the first and second years of the SDGs agenda. And in the fifth years, it should be like how we talk about the monitoring and evaluation. And the problem was there in the data gathering because like mainly because we should understand that the SDGs is like for me in Indonesia is quite like technocratic approach where this is led by the central government through the Bappenas. And in local government, it is handled by the Bapeda. So since this is kind of like a very bureaucratic or like technocratic approach, it should be like criticized or like we should involve in this because bottom-up approach should be there. So I think if we, I mean, work together, I mean, like monitor and evaluate the achievement of the SDGs in our city through involvement of multi-stakeholders, I think this is more appropriate. So if I had a discussion with local governments and I asked now which percentage if I ask you on the achievement of the SDGs in Bandar Lampung, they cannot mention the progress of the SDGs because there is no data. So the problem here is in terms of the achievement, I mean like the technocratic agenda is about the data and also the problem about the involvement of multi-stakeholders because not sure whether about the problem of trust or the problem of collaborations still there. So and then the pandemic COVID-19 like the force everything to be harder. I mean like it is like so the narrative or the agenda of the SDGs is gone. I mean even though we cannot like split the agenda of the SDGs with the pandemic COVID-19, but this should be like integrations between. I could say that we should have like a strong policies how to move from the pandemic COVID-19, and we should look at again every SDGs goals because the nature of SDGs is kind of like integrated goal. If we talk about the increasing in the SDGs number 8 on work and economic growth, so there should be like a positive impact on the SDGs number 1 on poverty reduction, something like that. Or if there is like a job loss or the stop of the industry a lot in Bandar Lampung, let's say about the hospitality industry, then the poverty reduction is quite difficult because the poverty rate is increased. So this kind of like we should use this what we call it weaknesses or problems for researchers in the University of Lampung to make a collaboration, how to see the integration between goals among the 17 goals. So yeah, so this is like very hard work in 2021 to have like a speed to achieve the SDGs in 2030. I think this my answer, and I'm quite glad if many researchers will think together on this agenda, not only the global agenda, because the sustainable development is our own agenda, is our city's agenda as well.
Thank you, Dr. Unang Mulkhan. It is very interesting if we discuss about the SDGs because it is now become part of the UN agenda, and Indonesia already agreed to take on, to be part of the SDGs the campaign in order to solve the problem in Indonesia as well. As you mentioned, now because maybe due to the COVID, maybe the poverty, the job loss, and then the industrial closure, and etc. Maybe in fact have very high impact on the successful of the SDGs maybe in the province, in the Lampung province. Is it right?
Yeah, yeah. So we often use the BPS data, but we cannot only rely on the BPS statistic data because even the government already set the indicators. I mean, the UN agenda, of course, the goal, we cannot like change the goal. The goal is there already, and also the targets already there in each goals. But the indicator is quite fluid because it depends on the context. I mean, if you talk about the Bandar Lampung city and maybe the Lampung, Central Lampung, they have a different geographical situations. So Bandar Lampung maybe it's quite high risk in terms of coastal areas that it has. So this is quite interesting because indicator. If you talk about indicators, we can maybe add more, and we should contextualize the indicators. But in if I can say that it is quite important to have like a very strong policy. I mean, and also the strong leadership in each cities or regions, because through the strong leadership, everything can be led in a very proper way, and then the multi-stakeholders collaborations can be strengthened.
Thank you so much, Dr. Unang Mulkhan. Because time constraint, we already running late for 10 minutes. Now, committee, please hand in the certificate to Dr. Unang Mulkhan. This one for you, Dr. Unang Mulkhan. Thank you to be a keynote speaker for our conference. Although I contact you in a very short time and you agree and you give very nice presentation. Now let us give a very louder applause to Professor Norlidah Alias and Dr. Unang Mulkhan for giving us very nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you, because time is up for me for the 3 keynote speaker. I'm so sorry if when I led this discussion, maybe there are many things that maybe not satisfy the participant and also for the committee. Now, give back to the master ceremony and all use master ceremony. Thank you, and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sutopo Hadi, M.Sc, for guiding us in the first plenary session.
Next plenary session will be guided by Dr. Zainal Abidin, MES. But before that, let me read his brief curriculum vitae. Dr. Zainal Abidin, MES, is a lecturer at Faculty of Agriculture, University of Lampung. His professional activity on 2018 CCCD Project Social, Economic, and Gender Consultant. On 2019 until present, Deputy Secretary of Forum DAS, Lampung. 2019 until present, Head of Perhapi Komda, Lampung. 2021 until present, members of AMDAL, Technical Team, Provinsi of Lampung. Please welcome our second moderator,
Dr. Zainal Abidin, M.S.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, today we will have two distinguished keynote speaker. Number one is Dr. Kulwant Singh Malik. He is a professor assistant at the Department of Law, Central University of Haryana, India. And then the second one is Professor Bustanul Arifin, University of Lampung, Indonesia. Before we go to the discussion or presentation, please, the committee, could you share us about, thank you. Dr. Kulwant Singh Malik, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Central University of Haryana. He has a lot of activities on law things, active in many international and national discussion. And then he is also running a supervision for dissertation, research publication. 20 research publications already have been published in the journal, national and as well as international. Next page, please. Is Dr. Kulwant he's a nodal officer of RTI and members of prestigious academic administration like Principal CR Law College, HISAR, member of Postgraduate Board of Studies. Please now welcome Dr. Kulwant. Are you already here? Dr. Kulwant? Is he already in our meeting? Have you checked the name of the list? I don't know. Do we have Dr. Kulwant already? Not yet, present yet. Or do we have also Professor Bustanul? He's about, but I know that Professor Bustanul is at the same time has a program outside, but he will join at 11:30. So now we are waiting for Dr. Kulwant. If he is already here. If we look at the list of the participants, I don't see his name yet. Hello? What? Yeah, we haven't seen him yet join in our Zoom. Please, the committee, have you made a contact from him, confirming about his coming for the discussion? Not yet. Pak Jun.
Sudah masuk Pak?
Is he already in?
Yes, ready.
Okay. Okay, if he's already in, so I'm going to invite Dr. Kulwant. Dr. Kulwant?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah. Fine, sir. Fine, fine, fine. Sorry, there is an internet
Thank
connection.
you for coming. We are waiting for you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We just announced your brief profile to the audience, and okay, are you ready with your?
Sure.
Okay, if so, I don't have to repeat about the introduction because I already introduced to.
It's okay. It's okay.
So is it okay?
It's okay. It's
If
okay.
it is okay, then you have 20 minutes for your presentation, and we will then proceed with discussion, direct discussion. Is it okay with you? Okay, that's a time management for our discussion. Please, Dr. Kulwant.
Thank you, Dr. Janil. Hello, each and everyone who present on this virtual mode and listening to me. Myself, Dr. Kulwant Malik, Faculty of Law School. Am I audible?
Okay. I'm going to share your PowerPoint presentation or not? Hello, committee. Oh,
am I audible, Dr. Janil?
We have a little technical problem here. I'm sorry about that.
Dr. Janil. Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yes.
But I have not.
Am I audible, sir?
I haven't seen your PowerPoint presentation yet. We still have some technical problem. Please, yes, for the committee, please prepare Dr. Kulwant will share his view. Sorry, Dr. Kulwant, we have little problems in terms of technical issues in here.
Mr. Singh, you may share your slide. We already put you as co-host. If you have any slide to prepare.
Okay, it's coming.
It's coming.
Yes, can see very clearly.
Am I audible, Dr. Jain?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Hello, each and everyone who presents on this virtual mode and listening to me. Myself, Dr. Kulwant Malik from School of Law, Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh, India. A very warm morning to one and all, and namaste to all. The namaste is our Indian traditional word which is used to give the honor and sincere respect to anybody. So namaste to all of you. Respected Rector, University of Lampung, Professor Karomani sir, Professor Bustanul Arifin sir,
yes,
Professor Abidin Kusno,
yes,
respected ma'am, Professor Norlidah, Alias, Dr. Unang, Mulkhan sir, and who provided me this wonderful opportunity to interact with all of you, respected professors, Dr. Hadi sir, all dear participants. Good morning to all of you. I offer my sincere apology to all of you. If somebody's respected personality's name is mispronounced by me, kindly accept that. Now, without wasting our precious time of the organizers and participants, I came straight forward to my topic for today's discussion, that is role of law in protection of human rights and promotion of sustainable development during COVID-19 pandemic. This is related to our theme of our today's conference, that is sustainable development during and post-pandemic. Being the law student, my area of discussion will remain on law, rule of law during this unprecedented crisis, which faced by the whole world since last year and still going on. Respected audience, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015 provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At its heart are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing. In a global partnership, these 17 goals are no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below the water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and last one, partnership for the goals. These are the main aims, or you may say the main objectives adopted by United Nations to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Now, first thing, which may strike in our mind, that why are human rights are so important to the COVID-19 response? So, at the present time, the whole world is facing an unprecedented crisis. At its core, it is a global public health emergency on a scale not seen for a century, requiring a global response with a far-reaching consequences for our economic, social, and political lives.
Sorry, Dr. Kulwant, your PowerPoint is not moving.
Actually, this is the I'm not prepared my PowerPoint. This is a topic which we will discuss on this.
Okay.
Okay. The priority is, okay, can I continue? Dr. Jainil?
Yes.
Can I continue?
Yeah, but as you move discussion, if you move presentation, we don't see your PowerPoint. If you use PowerPoint, so it's just like stuck somewhere.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, the priority is to save lives. In view of exceptional situations and preserve lives, countries have no choice but to adopt extraordinary measures. Extensive lockdowns adopted to slow transmission of virus, restrict by necessity freedom of movement, and in the process, freedom to enjoy many other human rights. Such measures can inadvertently affect people's livelihood and security, their access to good health care, not only for COVID-19, to food, water, and sanitation, work, education, as well as leisure. Measures need to be taken to mitigate any such unintended consequences. The United Nations has available a powerful set of tools in the form of human rights that equip states and whole societies to respond to threats and crises in a way that put people at the center. Observing the crisis and its impact through a human rights lens puts a focus on how it affecting people on the ground and particularly the most vulnerable among us and what can be done about it now and in the long term. So guaranteeing human rights for everyone poses a challenge for every country around the world to differing degree. The people health crisis is fast becoming an economic and social crisis and a protection for human rights crisis rolled into one. In some ongoing crises, especially armed conflict, put human rights and other international legal protections under extra pressure. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the vulnerability of least protected in the society. It is highlighting deep economic and social inequalities and inadequate health and social protection that required urgent attention. As part of the public health response, men and women, children, youth, and older persons, refugees, and migrants, the poor peoples with disabilities, persons in detentions, minorities, among others, all are being affected differently. We have an obligation to ensure everyone is protected and included in response to this crisis. Further, state authorities are having to deploy maximum resource to combat the spread of this disease and protect lives. Decisions are being made at a speed, and even though well-intended, some may have inadvertently adverse consequences. Responses must be proportionate to the pandemic to preserve the trust that needs to exist between people and their government, especially during this pandemic times. Human rights guide states on how to exercise their power so that it is used for the benefit of the people and not to do harm. In the current crisis, human rights can help states to recalibrate their response measures to maximize their effectiveness in combating this disease and minimizing the negative consequences. The centrality of protections which underpins the response in humanitarian settings ensures that we collectively preserve our common humanity and dignity. Human rights law recognizes that national emergencies may require limits to be placed on the exercise of certain human rights. The scale and severity of COVID-19 reaches a level where restrictions are justified on public health grounds. Nothing in this situation seeks to tie the hands of states in shaping an effective response to the pandemic. Rather, it aims to signal to states possible pitfalls in the response to the crisis and to suggest ways in which attention to human rights can shape better responses. The aim is threefold. The one is to strengthen the effectiveness of response to the immediate global health threat, mitigate the broader impact of the crisis on people's life, and avoid creating a new and exacerbating existing problems. All three elements will position us to build up back better to everyone against a backdrop for rising ethno-nationalism, populism, authoritarianism, and pushback against human rights in some countries. The crisis can provide a pretext to adopt repressive measures for purposes unrelated to the pandemic. The instability and fear that pandemic engenders is exacerbating existing human rights concerns such as discrimination against certain grounds, hate speeches, attacks and forced returns to refugees, asylum seekers, mistreatment of migrants, and sexual and gender-based violence, as well as limited access to sexual or reproductive health and rights. Further, so guys, there is not a time to neglect human rights. It is a time when more than ever, human rights are needed to navigate this crisis in a way that will allow us as soon as possible to focus again on achieving equitable, sustainable development and sustaining peace. In the recent call of action for human rights to put human rights at the heart of UN actions, including in times of crisis, the Secretary General of United Nations underlined that our shared human conditions and values must be a source of unity, not for division. We must give people hope, a vision of what the future can hold. The human rights systems helps us to meet the challenges, opportunities, and needs of 21st century to reconstruct relations between peoples and leaders and to achieve the global stability, solidarity, pluralism, and inclusion on which we all depend. It points to the ways in which we can transform hope into concrete actions with real impact on people's life. So now, the next serious issue, or you may say, the serious question in present or even after when the pandemic will completely be over, is how to strengthen our environmental rule of law and protect environmental human rights defenders who are working on that. In COVID-19 pandemic, it requires us to reconsider the policies and practices that have contributed to our current situations rather than rolling back environmental laws and policies. It is time to set up environmental protection and enforcement in order to create resilience and reduce future pandemic risks, bearing in mind that short-term economic gains from deregulations often come at long-term costs. States should recognize the right to a safe, clean, and healthy and sustainable developed environment in their constitutional and legislative framework with effective remedies for violation of this right. At practical level, states can, for example, strengthen efforts to combat illegal trade in wildlife, reducing potential avenues for zoonosis and promoting the rule of law while ensuring alternative and sustainable livelihoods. Next, tourism fees. During this pandemic time, tourism fees often fund parks and conservation efforts. COVID-19 crisis jeopardized this revenue stream and funding against poaching, illegal wildlife, and other forms of prohibited exploitation of natural resources, placing increased pressure on natural systems. Effective and inclusive conservation efforts are essential to protect healthy ecosystem and communities that depend on them. Environmental human rights defenders are essential allies in efforts to protect the environment and, by extension, human health during the COVID-19 crisis. Action is needed to protect both the environment and its defenders, including, in many cases, indigenous peoples whose worldviews and traditional knowledge can bring critical perspectives for sustainable and rights-based development. Limitations on civic space undermine the crucial advocacy of environmental human rights defenders, which in turn can pave the way for short-sighted and dangerous actions. Defenders should be empowered and protected from threats, repressions, and harassments, including as relating to emergency, decrees, and legislation. So now there may be a question that what environmental rule of law is, and the answer may be appropriate that since 2012, United Nations has developed the concept of environmental rule of law as part of its normative agenda. It is understood as legal framework of procedural and substantive rights and obligations that incorporates the principles of ecologically sustainable development in the rule of law. Aids its immediate environmental needs with the essential elements of rule of law, thus providing the basis for improving environmental governance and for environmental dimensions of human rights obligations to be exercised by individuals and communities around the world. Environmental rule of law is built upon three critical components. The one is strong legal frameworks, effective political, administrative, and judicial institutions, and the last, access to information and justice. To ensure that environmental law is more effective in advancing sustainable development, environmental rule of law efforts need to be strengthened. This means that institutions are able and willing to provide access to information to encourage public participation in environmental decisions and to facilitate to access justice. Without environmental rule of law and the enforcement of legal rights and obligations, environmental governance may be arbitrary, discretionary, subjective, and unpredictable. Effective laws and policies and to strong regional and national institutions promote the environmental rule of law as the necessary foundations for environmental protection and enforcement. That foundation can in turn promote resilience to environmental crisis, lower rates of environmental crime, and reduce the occurrence of pandemics such as COVID-19 arising from environmental mismanagement. The environmental rule of law thus functions to protect human rights concerning the environment and to advance accountability for all environmental actors and decision makers.
Dr. Kulwant, you have another 2 minutes so that we will have some discussion.
Okay, sir. Okay. I will try to conclude, sir. Further, in this aspect, that is COVID-19, we are more specific reason being the conference theme is particularly regarding the sustainable development. So COVID-19 pandemic and the environmental rule of law. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to present a grave threat to public health. At the same time, emergency measures adopted to combat COVID-19 can have harmful. In 2 minutes, we are just discuss here some recommendations made by the United Nations regarding this. So 2 or 3 recommendations I announce here. The one is that use maximum available resources at national and international levels to ensure availability, accessibility, and quality of healthcare as a human rights to all without discrimination, including for conditions other than COVID-19 infection, and ensure that the right to life is protected throughout. Ensure the stimulus packages and other responses to mitigate the economic impacts of the pandemic and people-centered and adequately supports groups most affected by the loss of their livelihoods, such as informal and independent workers without access to unemployment benefits, and more generally peoples and groups without access to social safety nets. Ensure income security and targeted social assistance for the most marginalized or vulnerable. Ensure availability of food, water, and sanitation, and adequate housing.
Okay, Dr. Malik, you have your time already.
Okay, Dr. Daniel. Okay, thank you very much to our
Okay,
organization.
you have a question from the chat room from someone in the meetings, and the question is, may I read it, Dr. Malik? I have a question. During this pandemic, one issue that is very divisive is vaccination mandate. In some countries have way strong enforcement law, and then some countries do not. What is your take on that? Okay, go ahead.
For this implementation, the United Nations specifies these goals for protections of these rights, and particularly regarding that for safeguards and the place where new technologies are used, surveillances, in response to COVID-19. And the role of law was most promptly taken by the various authorities, stakeholders, and accordingly, the various countries, no doubt, there is a lacuna on the part of countries for proper implementation of their laws. Otherwise, I think each and every country has very specific laws regarding to overcome as pandemics, but there are some lacunas on the part of mechanism that will be required for implementation of these laws. So we can say, in my opinion, the countries have specific laws, but they are required to strengthen their mechanism regarding implementation mechanism.
Okay, that's the question about the vaccination mandate. In some countries applied, and some countries no. So that's very concerning issue in terms of as you mentioned about it. I think we have running of time because we still have one session from Professor Bustanul Arifin. Thank you, Professor Bustanul Arifin. You have attended this meeting. Before that, the committee, please, we have to upload, we have to upload Dr. Kulwant Singh. And then Dr. Kulwant, the committee provide you with a certificate. This is symbolized of the certificate. We thank you for your participation. And
thank you very much, committee, and thank you to all organizations, and good wishes for good success program.
We hope we can discuss again, but you can join with the Professor Bustanul Arifin. presentation and maybe some others presenters.
Definitely. I joined since the ceremony, opening ceremony, and I enjoyed a lot of.
Good, thank you. And then
Thank you.
now we move to Professor Bustanul Arifin. Please, the committee share the brief summary of Professor Bustanul. Professor Bustanul is a professor at the University of Lampung, but he is also working in various agencies nationally. He got his PhD in Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin Medicine, and master also in the University of Wisconsin, and undergraduate at IPB or Bogor Agricultural University. He's a professor long ago, in a senior professor in University of Lampung, and he is also currently as chairman of the so-called next page, please, page 2. Committee, page 2. Yeah, he's a chairman for the so-called PERHAPI. He's also active in various activities on food, energy, environment, and also he is a very prolific writer. Please welcome Professor Bustanul Arifin. It is your time for your presentation. Thank you. Professor Bustanul.
Thank you, Dr. Zainal Abidin. Ladies and gentlemen, very good, well, not morning anymore, about noon. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this scientific conference. Again, appreciate it very much to the committee. Thank you for the introduction. I enjoy the presentation by Dr. Malik as well. Let me share screen if I can.
Sure you can.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 15 minutes or so, I would like to share about challenges of sustainable agricultural development. I put it agriculture over there as my field is agricultural economics. At least I have four important points I want to share with you about the challenges actually after the COVID. Extreme weather, climate change, floods, and so on. However, I put here as agriculture is really important. Agriculture sector serves as a cushion to the resilience, okay, during the economic crisis, economic recession, if you want to call it, okay. Then I would like to introduce food system. If you are in this field, maybe you should understand the food system. My point is to include in the theme of this conference, to include social welfare and environmental welfare as well. Then I propose something new. If anybody wants to explore more in terms of research, what I propose is sustainability advantage. Probably this could serve as a new dimension in terms of social change. Why sustainability advantage? Because we understand comparative advantage is the old paradigm. We understand the competitive advantage. Then I propose the newest one, sustainability advantage as the sustainable development is coming in. Okay. Then concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main challenges before or after the COVID. I think is still the same. Extreme weather events in ASEAN, especially in the last 40 years or so. You can see that in the picture. It's really something from everything. Okay, drought, storm, wildfire, forest fire, flood. Look at that flood in the recent year. This is really serious for me. Landslide. Landslide is really something. That's really have become challenges. If we do not do adopting sustainable development, I think the problem will intensify in the future. That's the key. If you guys contributing later in the parallel session could discuss about that far more seriously, I would appreciate it. Okay, I downloaded this data from M.Dot. If you want to go to M.Dot, this is in Belgium. This is in University of next to Belgium, actually.
And
that's very, very important. Look at that. They identify. They put values. This wrong comment. The biggest one is wildfire or forest fire in 1997. That's if you see in the literature, after that 1997, Indonesia is considered is the one of the big polluters, which is contributor to gas emission, CO2 gas emission. Okay, the one that has a lot of casualties. Damaging is about 4.4 billion US dollar. It's tsunami, earthquake that causes tsunami in 26 of September. And everything over there all the way until the last 100 years. So I call, do you see the everything here? Pak Jack, do you see the screen very well?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, good. You can see, you can download everything. Look at the earthquake, mostly flood. This is the flood during the big flood in Jakarta, basically, during the New Year's 2 years ago. That's really something. This is very important. I mean, in UNILA or anywhere else, if you want to develop studies of disaster management, disaster resilience, disaster manager, that probably we could go into that. That we should think of. Somebody in decision making at UNILA about the research institute, probably we should consider study center of disaster management and disaster resilience. COVID is also a disaster, okay? Major disaster for humanity. I download this, I like to have this kind of picture. This is the Delta one. Look at that, the crown, why they call it corona. The crown is totally different. It just really stick to your lung and causing problems. I just downloaded last night. Okay, biweekly cumulative. You can just add country if you want. You just get into the sources of the upload data. I downloaded. You can just put country. Previously I put the US. Why I remove US? Because the average is so high. US is about 3-4 million. Okay, it's a lot. So I remove US so I can see the movement of the country cumulative confirmed case. Indonesia is around here. It's not that bad. Saudi Arabia and China is very small. China starting the COVID, but China is very small. This is very important. Malaysia, Philippines, France, Germany. Then you can add the countries you want. You can see what's happening in the movement. So in general, Indonesia here start declining. Okay, which is a good news. Previously, this Indonesia, okay, the purple one, now is declining up to until yesterday. This is during July, I think, is the biggest part, and you can have from March. This is very important to determine our position if you want to explain about sustainable development. Okay, especially in agriculture. In agriculture, I put it as a cushion. Cushion means you can have a resilience. All positive, agriculture growth all positive during the COVID. Even though people discussing a lot about this high growth during last quarter. Okay, today we are in the third quarter. The data will be released probably in November. This high growth, why economic has high growth during this last quarter? Because we starting from the low base growth in the last year, Q2 last year. So in the economic, we call it low base effects of the growth. Okay, that's special actually because we started low, so of course we have a high growth anyway. However, I would like to share with you, this is a simple theory of agricultural development. during normal condition, people move from agriculture to agriculture sector as a pull and a push factor. Pull sometimes positive because pull means industry and service pull the labor to the city, to the high productive sector. But push mean in the village we do not have anything to do. During COVID, there is a ruralization phenomena. Ruralization means people move from the city to rural area. Look at the increase of more than 4 million labor in rural area after the COVID. That's really provide good, interesting challenges, good challenges actually for our sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty also increased. I think I don't have to repeat this. Maybe I will show you the picture later. However, there's a good news. Okay, since July, the increasing food prices has halted. Probably this year we do not have food crisis that's been predicted before by the analysts, because this is down, cereal price down, meat price down, and so on. Production is high actually, increasing, which is maybe a good news. However, in Indonesian case in particular, poverty increased, especially in urban area. If you want to see poverty data, you can compare month to month. We are now we have data in March, you have to compare to March last year. If you compare March to September, it could have wrong conclusion because the sample is different. Number of sample, the magnitude is different. But anyway, this is in urban area. Okay, kota means urban. Okay, this is rural area. This is total. But in general, if you compare to the one before crisis, it's still increasing. And inequality, there we go. Oh my God. After the COVID, inequality is also increasing, especially in urban area. This is the urban area, the blue one. Rural area, this is the green one here. So inequality in rural area is decreasing, but inequality in rural area is increasing. In general, we still have decreasing of it. Again, if you compare to March, I mentioned earlier, comparing March to March, not March to September, okay? September to September, they're still increasing, 3.81 to 0.384, okay? What does I propose? What I propose, because we are producing food in this sector, we should go to food system approach. Okay, in the food system approach, food security is an outcome. It's not self-sufficiency. So this is broader. The good thing about this, because food system consists of activities and outcomes. The outcome is food security. Activities are production, distribution, processing, consumption, and so on. So in the outcome is also, we have social welfare. As I mentioned earlier, we have environmental welfare. That's sustainable development, what I mentioned. Ecosystem stock and flow, ecosystem services, access to natural capital, and so on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I put some example of rice. Okay, this is the pattern, seasonality pattern of our rice production. All the way very high during March and April, then getting down. Today in September is about here. This is harvested area, this is rice production. Of course, it means the technology level is quite low because we are very dependent on seasonal factors. Okay, that's also very important because our technology is not that advanced. Okay, I put the good all data, cumulative data. So far, we have like this. We don't have the complete picture of production in 2021. We wait until sometimes in the future. I have only data up until June. So far, this is the performance. The yield increasing, but very small, a little bit. is not going back into the one before the drought. Remember, in the beginning, we discussed about extreme weather. Extreme weather is really affecting something on our rice production. That's very important. Okay, if we do not adopt the technology, adopt the seed that's really tolerant to drought, tolerant to extreme, what we call flood, probably our rice production is very low. Interestingly, if you want to pay attention, look at my first row here, the consumption. Consumption still increasing. Is it interesting? So even though we campaign not to eat too much rice, so the fact the rice consumption is increasing. It means the increasing in population is high enough. Even though the per capita consumption is increasing, especially among up and medium income level, overall is still increasing. Yes, we probably reducing our rice consumption, but people over there, quintile 1 to 3, maybe they're not increasing. I mean, they're not decreasing. They're still increasing. That's the real challenge. Especially if we are thinking about sustainability issues, that's really become very serious challenge now in the future. You do not have to wait until COVID. I took this picture in Central Lampung. This is Trimurjo. This is Kampung. This picture, the water management, the irrigation system are very good. So the rice goes very well. Just about 20 kilometers, maybe 15 kilometers east of that region, this is in Kampung, there is no water and flooding, I mean drought. Drought is a production failure. So the sustainability issues of agriculture system is threatened because of land fatigue. Land fatigue means the land is exhausted. Okay, maybe too much fertilizer application, chemical application. Okay? So we need investment in soil health, irrigation, environmentally friendly cropping pattern. This is, I think, the thing that we should propose as one of as a resolution of this conference. Just want to show you the price. In general, the rice price quite flat here, quite stable. This is thanks to God that the production is still stable. However, our food that's been coming from import, such as beef, especially sugar. Sugar is quite, the sugar price is quite interesting here. Maybe you ask question, why cooking oil price is increasing? That's important question actually. We producing palm oil. We are number one in palm oil. Okay. Why the price is increasing? Because we use it as biofuel. Using biofuel, the consumption of domestic for biofuel is increasing and the price increase. Especially in opportunities in horticulture. I like this picture. This young guy, young farmers who take opportunities of the COVID because I put it as the other side of pandemic. This growing. They use what we call hydroponic, okay? Planting kangkung, planting salads, which is also for young millennials, very important. However, the price of horticulture fluctuates. Maybe you've been reading in the news, the price of red chili dropped very much here. This is, of course, the price of end consumer, but in the producer, the price is less than 10,000 rupiah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what I propose here, I think I mentioned earlier, we have to change the paradigm from comparative advantage, which is necessary, but not efficient. Why it's not efficient? Because it's not contributing to farmers' welfare very well, and so on. I propose competitive advantage. Competitive, this is also I derived from Porter's diamond. Michael Porter is the guru of competitiveness. Okay, Michael Porter have theory that the competitive advantage of the nation, including the specific micro product, dependent on factor condition, on firm strategy, demand condition, and related supporting industries. Interestingly, Michael Porter put the government outside the diamond. They call it diamond because they select diamond. This is outside the system, if you want to call. It's also chance here. Why they put outside the system? Because Michael Porter is advisor for business. Sometimes the government disturbing the business according to him. Okay, I propose to improving. 50 minutes. Okay, strategies to improve agricultural competitiveness. I'm taking from Jambar and Babu. Create efficient institution, invest physical infrastructure, conducive environment, health and education, market access, efficient working land markets, agricultural risk management, innovation, and sustainable management of natural resources. That's probably the policies that we could propose. You know about sustainable development. I don't have to repeat again, but the one I want to combine is actually we understand about the 3 dimensions as we listened from Dr. Malik earlier: social, economic, and environment. Okay. Oh, wrong spelling. This is actually the basis is growth, efficient, stability. Everybody's understand about that because the link between economics and environment, we have to do valuation, internalization. The link between social is about intergenerational equity. The link between economics and social is what the need. I mean, basic need, intragenerational equity. We know about that. Then they combine the sustainability principle and Porter's diamond about competitiveness. Then what to do with this combination? Okay, that in Lampung we call it multi-strata coffee agroforestry. One example, you can expand the example to any sectors you want. Here, this is coffee crops, and you have shade tree. This is coffee crop. You have shade tree. Shade tree could be something legume crop normally, or you can have sangon. You can have tree crops. And the management of this, we learned this very much in our field. We call it RFA, we call it FOSI, and so on. But the idea is to really combine from 3 dimensions to become 4 dimensions. That's probably Rio plus 20. Rio plus 30. Rio de Janeiro at summit, it was 1992. Next year will be 30 years after Rio summit. Then people start talking, okay, we do not only have 3 dimensions, economic, social, and environment, we should have another one, the one that's called governance. Then we start developing the analysis for that, developing the logic, and so on. That's probably the one I propose. And we need research, of course. If you compare to India, China, and Malaysia, we are very small in terms of R&D investment. So if you want to achieve this, we need to have more research funding and so on. The challenges is actually, if you want to focus on farmers, farmers have to be protected. They got to have social assistance. Then competitiveness. Then improving production. Don't forget to put human investment in system arrangement. Then sophistication of partnership, and propose one thing, sustainability advantage as new strategy. Governance could be treated as important dimension, and social, economic, environment. Okay, thank you very much. We invite comments and discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Bustanul. You are precise in terms of time. And then in the chat, one person asked you about, I would like to, the problem of distribution and transportation in agriculture. There are imbalance, and then between the city probably and in the rural areas in terms of transportation, price, and etc. This is coming from the Ibu Dewi Puspitasari. Please your response.
Thank you for the question, Ibu Dewi. Maybe you should expect too much from the government. Okay, the government have a lot of responsibilities. Since I'm helping the government this time, the job is a lot enormous. So at least the one that they could play important roles, to have to design good policies that private sector could play in the expectation you want. Okay, transportation, including I put the words as improving the logistic. Okay, the logistic. Say for example, they do not have to have what do you call overacting in terms of lockdown, PPKM, and so on. If government do everything, I think they cannot, simply cannot. This is what I see from myself. So at least they create incentive. They have policy. The government have only two instruments. One, to fiscal, to policies, budget. Okay. Second, to rule, asset, and regulation. That's it. If they play as a player, if they do as play, sometimes it becomes distortion. Okay, at least they have creating rules, imposing good policies, and so on. Then you can expect a lot. Maybe you follow the news recently. The government just approved National Food Agency, BPN, Badan Pangan Nasional. They do not play as an operator, as the players. No, they are regulator. The operator normally BUMN. Okay, state-owned enterprises, Bulog, PT RNI, and so on. In terms of logistics system, they rely on that kind of company. But the government should encourage private sectors. Otherwise, if the government do everything, they simply cannot. This is my understanding. Thank you, Buddha.
Okay, one quick question maybe from the audience. Is there a question? One question, we still have 2 minutes. One or two questions? None? Okay, if there is none, thank you, Professor Bustanul, for your interesting, very insightful presentation. And we, of course, will keep some your ideas about sustainability in our discussion next. And then we have provided you with a certificate, which will show you right away. And this is a certificate signed by Professor Karomani, Professor Dr. Junaidi, and Professor Saudi. And it will be sent to you directly to your email. And for your presentation, we would like to give you an applause. Thank you very much. And we hope we can have discussion again in our graduate school in the future. Okay, I think we have completed our presentation from keynote speaker today. We have 5. We have Abidin first, and then we have Dr. Mulkhan, we have Dr. Kulwant, and we have Ibu Dr. Norlidah, and then you. And then thank you for your presentation. And I think I'm going to return it to the M.Si, Master Ceremony, for the next activities. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Dr. Zainal Abidin, MES, for guiding us in the last plenary session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have lunch and pre-break time. We will start again at 1 p.m. for parallel session.
For all the presenter may enter the room based on the topic, and for all the participants may enter the room based on your interests.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Committee, have you check the breakout room yet? Because I don't see the breakout room.
Mungkin sini nggak ada ruangnya.
The effect of this information to the experience number.
Aku bisa masuk mana aja kan ya? Salah. Ini punya aku nih. Gak bisa masuk ke rumah mana ya? Bisa. Bisa. Lama.